Good morning. It's Monday, August 24th, and we are back for day 19 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. And you've got me, Alison, Motta, and Camryn. And hopefully it's working out there for y'all on Insta. Give it one more go. So let's go. So I'm sure everybody is anxiously awaiting the return of Mack the Hack, the prosecution's star rebuttal witness. I don't know, Cam. We didn't have you on Friday, so why don't you tell us what you're thinking?
Yeah, I ended up also, excuse me, because I'm very congested today, so hopefully it doesn't drive you guys insane. But yeah, I was out for one of my friend's birthdays, so I ended up not being able to come on Friday it was, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I ended up watching when I got back home, and I was so upset that I wasn't on because I had so many thoughts. It was insane, and I think that Reddington's Cross was the best that he's performed this trial. In terms of Mack, though, I think that it's just going to speak volumes as a juror when you look at, okay, the defense is presenting me with three very credible witnesses that have done very high-profile trials. They know what they're talking about. And then the Commonwealth is presenting me with, as you were saying a lot, just some guy with a psychiatry degree, you know?
Garbage.
Right.
Somebody they pulled out of the bottom of the garbage can. Well, I guess we should introduce ourselves in case this is working on Insta, because you never know. But I'm Alison Motta. I'm a criminal defense attorney. This is my beautiful, talented daughter, Camryn Motta, who got roped into this trial as the initial host for Defense Diaries because Bob and I, my husband and I, who usually do this, had a pre-planned event that was 3 days long in the Catskills. So we were like, Cam, can you do it? And she stepped up and she did it. And people love to hear the younger generation perspective. And plus, as you'll see, my daughter is full of insight. She's well beyond her years. I'll stick up the trial so that nobody's getting nervous that we're missing anything. So we've got the feed going, got the volume up. We are playing. It's official. We're live. That is Court TV's banner there, accused killer mom trial. You know, they like to come up with those. Hey, look how small we got on Insta.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know why. I forgot. Hey, I fixed it.
Nice.
So I don't know. What are you guys thinking out there today? What are you guys thinking out there today? You know, I was giving it some thought. Well, let's just see what Jody Phillips says. She says, "Morning, beautiful ladies. Unless I've missed something, Mack says Lindsay had depression, but her current team diagnosed bipolar 2. Doesn't that at least undermine the certainty of his opinion?" 100%, and everything does. He's literally a PPP, postpartum psychosis denier. He will call it a syndrome. He will not call it a diagnosis because it's not in the DSM. And that's like, I don't know if Reddington is understanding the like nuance that Mack is focusing on there, because sometimes he'll be like, well, do you mean the proposed diagnosis or do you mean the syndrome? And I was thinking about it because he said, he being Dr. Mack the Hack, on Friday that he has worked with 10 people with postpartum psychosis. But he also said postpartum psychosis is just a syndrome. It's really bipolar. So was he really just saying, I have worked with 10 people who have had bipolar, 10 women who've been bipolar? Because, you know, and he started back again since 2001. So his his residency.
I think even more telling was the fact that he actually basically refused to say that there was a difference between postpartum depression and generalized depression.
I mean, when Reddington said, "I think there's a difference between a man being a little depressed about his job and a woman," he was like, "I don't understand your question." That's what he
Yeah.
said. To your point, obviously.
Right. And in my opinion, if I'm a juror and this psychiatrist, he's a psychiatrist, right? Not a psychologist. Yeah. Psychiatrist is sitting up here and refuses to acknowledge something that's well known beyond, like, you don't need a medical degree to know that postpartum is different than regular depression, because you're going through something during pregnancy where your hormones are physically changing, and while you might have the same chemical imbalance, it creates itself in different ways that obviously is going to show up differently in a postpartum woman versus, like Reddington was saying, man.
He lost his job.
Yeah.
Thanks, Hearts and Soul. Morning from the milking parlor. All right. I'm thinking breast milk, but I have no idea. Because we're talking about hormones and changing, and we know that she stopped breastfeeding right around here, which is another like big hormone shock. So that's what I thought of from the milking parlor. Sarah Mess says, worried Mack will make the last Commonwealth witness look so good. I was thinking about it. These two did their things together, right? And Reddington's obviously seen the videotape of Lindsay Clancy's interview with the Commonwealth's experts. So he knows damn well she never told Reddington she just didn't like to take medication ever, and that she suffered anxiety throughout her entire life. Unless I'm misinterpreting the way Reddington said it, or Reddington has it wrong. That's what I got from it, especially as to the medication. He's like, she never told you that.
If she did, he's making a broad.
Session, you may be seated.
Yes, please.
The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Good
morning. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So are we ready for the jury?
We are.
All right. So what we'll do is
our usual.
Can I see counsel just very briefly, just in regards to today's schedule?
All right. So make sure I pause before you say anything, because especially since you don't have a mic, we can't hear you at all.
Okay. Well, I was also going to say that I do think that's a good point, because if the jury is sitting here, watching Mack, like lose himself on the stand, and then they have a somewhat more competent witness testify, they might be like, oh, well, this guy might have a point. He seems to know a lot more than Mack does. So I think that's a good point.
Oh, Lord, we're on Insta. It worked. I know, and I so it'd be interesting to see what she says. So, I know that Reddington got everybody sent the new, or not the new, but the I don't know if it was a law review article or what it was on evidence, but it cited how Mack was precluded from testifying as lacking the was an appeal was granted that he should not have been allowed to testify because he lacked any specialized knowledge in the particular field he was doing. Now, in that, it delved a little into statistics and some other things, but still just showing that he goes off book and starts talking about stuff that he has no specialized knowledge in. And I know Reddington has received that, so I expect that we'll see that today. Maybe he already had it, and it was in his arsenal to use after he got through what he was doing last time. But so I expect that we'll see some of that. And, Reddington would have had the chance to go home over the weekend, watch back the entire testimony, and take like diligent notes, more than you can do in trial, because you can see him taking notes, like during direct, when he's saying certain things. But as you're taking notes and you don't have a second chair, you might miss things, So he's had a chance to go through all of that to know exactly what this witness is like and to decide, all right, here's how I'm going to treat this guy today. So it should be interesting from the jump. I love his style. It's like what he did with Dietz. And for anyone who doesn't know, Dietz was the psychiatrist who testified in the Yates trial and made up a Law and Order episode. Hold on, I'm just pause it to finish this. Well, I'll just mute it because they're going to be bringing in the jury. All right, so while they're bringing in the jury, I'll just say this. Made up a Law and Order episode, which the Commonwealth was relying on to say that Yates watched this episode about postpartum and about how the kids were unalived, and then she fashioned what she did to her children on that, and he made it up. So he tried to bring that up, and as soon as the guy says, I was hired by Dietz and Associates, he goes, Dietz, Patrick, or whatever the guy's first name is, I forget, the psychiatrist who made, acted like he had never heard of it, and he draws attention with his voice. So now the jury is like, oh, something interesting is happening. So I expect we'll see a lot more of that. It's just his style. It's so great. It's like Bob always says when he asks him, where'd you do that thing that he never did? Just so the witness can say, I never did it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hear our crier.
Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, we're going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back to the trial. So the first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Last question: is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we are going to do from the schedule today, if you remember on Friday, we were in during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination, and the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed, so the Commonwealth presented their case. Then after they were done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right, so that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right, so that's where we are. So at this point, I'm going to, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the bar, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
Damn it. He's on Zoom now?
I would estimate one or two.
So if you estimate one or two times, would this be your third time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait.
so this is the third time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them
Okay,
in the courtroom.
so my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility, and this would be your third time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay.
Wow.
And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
Here it comes.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that a Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Avram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
Oh,
No.
Did you
but I'd be
testify
happy
in?
to.
Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
wow.
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F,
Here it is.
temporary aid to needy families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, that's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
You agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that I guess had to be tested. Right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No.
Okay, so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, again, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with.
So what he's establishing right now is that this guy is not for the people, okay? This guy is a government asshole. He's going around testifying that needy families that tend to be minorities are more likely to commit crimes than apparently, I guess, the white male population that is so unlikely to commit crime. I don't know. But from just the small bit that I'm hearing, it's disgusting, and that he'll say whatever the government wants him to say at any point in time. And then you're muted, and then his testimony will be stricken because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Wow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the case. The one we're talking about right now is the case that all of you guys out there had been sending, like, does Reddington have this? Does Reddington have that? And that's why I'm saying maybe Reddington had all of these already, or maybe he was like, holy shit, let me see what other cases he's been excluded from. What other cases they found that he can't testify in. And he probably doesn't know half the time. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. It's like, how many times can an appellate court say that your testimony is the reason we're reversing somebody's conviction, or reversing, if it's a civil case, reversing something there, and like you never hear about it? Yeah, Dietz is doing a real good job vetting. He's vetting to find someone who will just say whatever the hell he wants, like you said. And whatever
Even if you hear about it, you don't remember testifying at all? Sure you don't. Sure you don't.
Okay, buddy. So he's so lucky he's on Zoom today. He would have been squirming. He'd just be sitting there squirming. Yeah. All right. I'll bloop it back 10 seconds. We won't miss anything. Let's go.
Of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TAMF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
Okay,
I do.
thank you. Now,
This guy.
in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
yes,
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right, so to
Okay,
answer your question about
the answer is right.
yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Heilbrun. Is it Heilbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Heilbrun or Heilbrun?
you'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Duxbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes,
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February
I
date?
think the first date was April 10th.
Okay,
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
A van
You're
down
asking
by
me
the
where
river.
I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where?
Where?
Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home. Okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You
What?
don't
No, he
know?
didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Duxbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Heilbrun at Duxbury Hospital.
Now you know his last
I'm
name.
calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But it's Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Heilbrun, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Duxbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or in
you
the
had,
lobby.
sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy. But creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm
ended up-
I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Duxbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And the records would be, obviously, cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts, is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbrun.
To To Dr. Who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbrun. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained obviously after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't a conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively
Okay.
that is the core component of that report.
Okay, that's a component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts,
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yep.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Duxbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony. You read all that too, right?
Correct.
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
More.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify.
You're muted.
Did you say pause it? Oh, you said I'm muted.
Yeah.
You didn't say pause it.
No, but I did want to say that I don't think he's answered a single question properly in the way of keeping it short and or yes or no questions. Just say yes or no. I wish that I forget who it was that the judge was correcting. It might have been Tufts, but I like when the judge is like, hey, answer the question, you know?
What does
Going
several hundreds of thousands mean? Why can't he
Right.
just give a fucking number? Just say
Give
it.
a range. if you have a range.
Sir, do you live in a van down by the river? Is that
Did
what
you
you're saying?
at the DA's house?
Did you sleep in the DA's bed? All right, now I've gone too far.
In bed together? In bed with the DA?
Yeah, literally. All right, I blooped it back. I'm actually going to only do 5 seconds because who needs to hear that again?
It's some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last
Somebody
15
contacted
to
you.
20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the district attorney's office, yes.
All right. And let's talk
For the
about
Commonwealth.
let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety.
No. This is Doctor.
I would like to be able
Hold on, doctor, please. Listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has a idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working, whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrun, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrun about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Miss Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards. They have to open the door. They have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in. You have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break.
Break.
During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrun sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask.
And she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrun went on his own to Duxbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yes.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing. The psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychological or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be the test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
Whether a person's lying.
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
Just answer the question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So
This
let's
guy's
stay with
fucking
Dr. Mack opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But
So-
the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
All right, I'm just going to pause here real quick because this guy is doing a lot of circular talking and a lot of bullshit to avoid the results of their own malingering test, which is she was not malingering, aka faking. So, it's like he's just going to deny that that's what it's testing for. He's like, well, sometimes it's not like they're lying, right? Because it's their own kind of interpretation of themselves. So it's not really a lie, but he's parsing words and totally trying to avoid the fact that there is some significance to the facts that y'all determined she was not lying. Okay? So fuck off.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
Because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that
Okay.
the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay, so you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Heilbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about.
What else are we talking about? What else are we talking about? You jag off. This guy is like just too much.
I don't know. We're looking at each other, right?
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but yes, next.
Yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir?
Oh my God, well, we're having a stare down, Your Honor. I mean, I don't know. We're looking at each other over here. Okay, what's happening? Who's gonna blink first? You want to go? Let's go. I'm blooping back. All right, I got to go back to we're looking at each other here. If I can get that.
That's what we've been talking about.
Here it comes.
I don't know. We're looking at each other, right?
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but yes, next.
Yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir?
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her K scale effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay.
He's such a fucking. I can't
Now-
take it with this guy.
You, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I'm aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about,
He doesn't.
is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
If it's coupled with a mood stabilizer.
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago.
This fucking
something
guy.
that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling us, jury?
That's not what I said.
That
okay.
sounds like what
Tell
you
me
said.
what you said.
That's effectively what you were getting at.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
Wait, can you
And when you
pause it?
say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
The worry about giving bipolar people SSRIs has lessened because people stopped doing it. And then you're also attesting that you shouldn't give anyone anything, but you just said that you wouldn't give a bipolar woman an SSRI. So why are you trying to trick the jury? And then when asked the question in the same way that you just implied it in front of this jury, you wouldn't do it yourself, but the worry has gone down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no one's worried about that shit anymore.
We're not giving it to them anymore because we found that it was not,
Oh, yeah, I wonder, they're talking about it a lot less than they used to talk about it 20 years ago because, as Cam just said, they stopped doing it. My gosh, this guy, he's such a joke. Oh, what I do it? Oh, no. But other people in their practices, they might, because people, they worry about that less. They should go back to looking at each other.
Disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive, and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your... go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required. And only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Duxbury Hospital. And how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
Depressive
I think
episode.
I said this the other day that my
Why don't you
opinion
say it
was
again,
that-
sir?
Yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well,
Did you
looking
say
at
that?
your report, sir,
So you won't just say she has major depressive, she's diagnosed, right, disorder. You just want to say she had a major depressive episode.
But
Part
he
of
did.
major-
So what he was just saying, was he saying a part of major depressive disorder as in for her or generalized?
I know, because he won't say she
know
has
that-
major depressive disorder. He
Right,
just
because
says,
I know that last time he was neglecting to say it.
Mhm.
Calling everything that she was going through, that we've all seen, or heard portions of what he saw, and I don't think that any other medical expert is just, oh, yeah, I think it was an episode. She had a little bit of an episode that
it was
time.
an episode. It was an episode, all right. He's going to be in a bunch of episodes. All right, let's go.
on your conclusions, would you agree with?
Let's bring it back.
Depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with?
Got to let him ask the question.
So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
Reading from the wrong report. Oh, did he update it yesterday? I did an update yesterday. Did you get the update, Reddington?
Is that
Hey,
correct?
delete
Clancy, is that at the time of the incident,
Yeah, disregard. Disregard. You're reading the wrong report. I change it whenever I want.
on page 35, is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read
Yes.
that right? And the
Yes.
mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Duxbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think she Well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So did you have a chance to review Dr. Heilbrun's report?
No.
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Heilbrun's opinion was? Of a
In terms
diagnosis?
of,
Diagnosis.
yeah,
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have
You're the only sumbitch.
nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
No, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the
Wow.
various healthcare providers that have an opinion,
For anyone that doesn't know, Spinelli didn't testify, but if he reviewed it and incorporated it in his report or relied on it in some way, we've now heard that Dr. Spinelli diagnosed bipolar 1. That's the first time we're hearing that, I think. Don't hold me
I
to it.
don't know how he thinks that everyone more qualified than him attested to the fact and diagnosed her with bipolar, and he thinks that it doesn't make him look like an incompetent asshat to come in here and say she had a depressive episode. Like, I'm literally just going to sit there as a juror and be like, well, you're the only one that came to the conclusion that she's in some sort of episode, and it's pretty convenient that you're testifying here for the Commonwealth and that fits their little agenda.
It's
Because
insane.
what they should have, if their plan was really to minimize, her mental health, they should have at least gotten someone that could say, yeah, she does have bipolar, and then, did some weird workaround. But to just completely
Deny the diagnosis, right?
other medical expert's diagnosis of her is absolutely ridiculous. Oh yeah, I read that. I disregarded that because I'm actually a little bit smarter than them. Okay.
All those adolescents and children I've treated, drug and alcohol addiction, it sounds like an episode to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Bipolar type 1.
right? So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
And as I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person
Having
suffering
postpartum
from
psychosis.
postpartum
Psychosis.
depression?
No, psychosis.
It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The
Okay.
question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
Why does this guy think, well, if I could actually just rephrase your question to how I want it phrased in a way that I can answer it that helps the Commonwealth, I'm going to go ahead and do that really quick and then completely ignore your question.
Yeah, and I wonder if he should have said a precursor to postpartum psychosis, because this expert testified on Friday that postpartum psychosis is just a byproduct of bipolar. That's what he said it was. Right. So maybe if he said it that way instead of postpartum depression, he'd be getting a better answer.
No, he's still, no, I don't think so. Actually, I don't agree with your verbiage there.
Would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
I can't. Can you say that again, please?
I can't with you.
We're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was, okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would be...
My question is simple. Do you recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says.
Okay. So let's talk about
the 4 week period, the 4 week period in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying
the
that
diagnostic rule.
You recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. Do you recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No. What did you say to the, come on, what did you say to the jury last Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying that?
To meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
but that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
Yeah, but you can't. Postpartum is not a disease, doctor. Postpartum.
Right. It's an appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
Okay. According to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD.
What is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Duxbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Duxbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair.
Either she's not malingering or she is malingering. He's like, well, she said she has anxiety. Okay, but your test said she wasn't malingering when she said she had anxiety, if that's what happened. Come on, Red, let's just finish him. Stick a fork in him. He's done.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Duxbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Yes,
Certainly.
that's all right.
And that would be what, 25?
Yes,
Was that increased?
it was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
See how he put there? She wanted to sleep, trying to convey she was tired. No, you can want to sleep and still not be tired because you know you should be sleeping and you've got to sleep because you haven't slept and your brain's not working right. So we already know she said she wasn't tired. She'd yawn, but she wasn't tired. I remember that specifically too.
In excess of 48 hours is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with
That's
me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
Because she wasn't
And
fucking
do you
tired.
recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you
As
see,
she discussed
okay,
with us,
did you see anything in the
desperately
records?
wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
He's going to say she wanted to sleep.
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period.
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep. That's textbook, isn't it?
Can you pause it, Ma?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is in.
So, first of all, he just admitted why he can't say the words that she didn't need sleep. But first of all, I think all he needed to say was after 48 hours, he said she was sufficiently functional. A person should not be sufficiently functional after 48 hours of zero sleep. Like,
Exactly.
that in and of itself is showing that she did not need sleep at the time. Did she want it? I'm sure a mother without 48 hours of sleep wanted to sleep.
But she wasn't tired. I don't know why he's acting like we all in the world, and really the 12 jurors, but whatever, you know me, hyperbole, think that it means the same to say, I'm not tired and I want to sleep. Like that's the same thing. Well, when you say I want to sleep, to me, that means you're tired. No, buddy, maybe in your head.
I mean, there's a difference between a need and a want that we all know pretty well. So,
Right.
uh,
That's exactly right. This guy.
As the seventh element of mania.
So I won't admit
Okay,
it.
so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know
and
that
she-
she has a decreased need for sleep.
And then
She
the
was
medical.
trying very
Go
hard.
ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
So Bob, and those of you who are new, Bob, my husband, and the actual primary host of this here Defense Diaries, is in the courtroom in Plymouth, and he is saying one of the male jurors in the back actually shook his head in a WTF fashion when this dude would just not give a straight answer. Yeah, I'd hope so. I mean, thank God people are like showing something with this guy. He's just like he literally just said it. I don't think she demonstrated she indicated there was a decreased need for sleep. All right, buddy. You live there. You live there. Go back. Very hard.
Opinion is based on the medical records.
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year, or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
Just before we get there, I just want to say one more time, her appointment, I think, was September 4th. I could be wrong, something like that. So that's not 4 or 5 months. That's the appointment within less than 4 months, right between 3 and 4 months. So like 16 weeks or something. That's an appointment. What about when they started? All right, we're getting into psychosis now.
Postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you
in this
familiar with
brain.
postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis.
He's a denier.
And
The idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, no, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which according to you has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize in this country the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
All right, sustained. Next question.
So you're familiar, sir, you're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LISCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
I
Oh, okay.
think you did.
So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
That's not the form of the question.
No, sustained. I mean, overruled. Let me ask. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right.
For
So you, in
postpartum,
any
though.
event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it. in
X,
some
you
way.
don't deal with anybody
Just like you think
postpartum.
that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
Remember Friday, you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold
one
on.
can have.
Excuse me, sir. Friday, you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember
Yes,
saying
you
that?
did.
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that
Said.
testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
And, Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, why don't you
The last,
just, hold on. Why don't you rephrase that?
God.
Do you remember saying Friday
Like-
that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody
After a tear.
Did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Did anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me at least that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have
Sir, have you ever seen a vagina? I'm starting to question whether the man has ever even seen a vagina, let alone touched one.
It's foul, Ma. It's foul.
Sorry.
depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So-
Yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things, and what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other day.
Right, but it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and
How-
you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So,
Can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy.
And
Sir,
if it,
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
yes.
so would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't
that-
answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on. Yes.
Sure did. Does she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis.
Yes.
Does she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding. Yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So
No,
the
some other time,
postpartum
idiot.
depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what you're, well, I can't answer the question as you've
Okay.
asked it. I'll put it.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum
Denier.
depression. Is that right?
No, it doesn't exist. That's what he keeps
You're
trying to tell
using
you.
terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
Postpartum psychosis, you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm
published
referring
in
to the
Violence?
fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
It doesn't exist.
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number 1, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
I can't answer this as asked.
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis,
He doesn't believe in
you
it.
understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit, are
Do
you
you,
asking
sir,
about
do you understand the
psychosis?
term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
He's a
It's
denier.
actually not easy. It's serious, but when we
So,
do elicit
would you-
psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically,
Who's we? Who's we?
seeing that
We take it seriously.
Well,
Who's we?
we psychiatrists, I as a psychiatrist,
Yeah.
When's the last time
So
you saw
would
it?
you agree with me, sir,
Doesn't believe
that
it.
when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
that would be psychosis. I don't know exactly based on your hypothetical as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so
Psychosis.
if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices,
Right.
especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a
Or how
concern.
about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across in my evaluation a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number 2, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality, being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medications she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
Or that
my
she felt,
question, sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular...
I'm asking you a simple question. Do you agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness? Or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I'm asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context
question
I'm giving it
about
is,
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course. And we understand
time out.
All right, hold on.
Are you
Let him
telling?
finish. Doc, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, good.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe
That it
or
exists.
buy postpartum psychosis. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
I didn't say that at all.
What? No,
So
yes.
you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized, where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA. So you
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
Right. Who doesn't?
Do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect?
No.
Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay.
Can you
And when
pause
you
it?
say within the time frame, you're referring to
So he's saying that postpartum psychosis doesn't exist, but what he thinks, and this is generalized because he's made the same comments about depression, he thinks that it is the same as depression, psychosis, but it's just after you've had a child.
So here's how it works, because we've got a close friend who's a clinical licensed social worker who told me early on, hey, I'm kind of worried about this because, in order to diagnose somebody as with postpartum onset, you have to be within the first 12 weeks. Has he considered psychosis brought on by the medication or not relying on postpartum psychosis, just relying on psychosis. So, and that's what everyone's saying. There is nothing called postpartum depression in the DSM. There's nothing called postpartum psychosis. There is, well, maybe he said it's changed with depression. I don't know. It's depression with postpartum onset. That's the diagnosis. It's psychosis with postpartum onset. But what is the difference when you have psychosis with postpartum onset from regular old psychosis, and depression with postpartum onset from regular old depression? Because clearly there are dramatic differences because of the hormones continuing to change during this period, and how we've seen it progress when it hits in the postpartum period. So the book he's saying is at like 4 weeks for something, while everyone in practice, it sounds like it's like 12 weeks and even sometimes up to a year, So, when he uses,
it was that he doesn't believe that those differences exist.
He doesn't believe those differences exist.
Believes postpartum onset is literally just a different way to define it, in the way that she had just had a child. He doesn't believe that the hormonal imbalances or differences make a
regular old depression
or the illness and how it's affecting the person. So obviously we're going to get nowhere with this testimony in that way.
Right. He's like, well, it's not an illness, so I can't sit here and tell you there's something called postpartum psychosis, because there's not. It doesn't exist. But you can have psychosis with postpartum onset.
The Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
the issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it, or what wording we would use to diagnose it. But that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so any time that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir.
would see that, and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not utilize that.
I'm sorry. Doc, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So, symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
We answered these questions several times now.
The judge says
Overruled.
the judge says he doesn't.
Ask that question.
The judge says he doesn't agree with it. He just doesn't agree with it. So he's going back to what Reddington said. The answer is no. When really the guy is just hung up on, I cannot say it's postpartum. If you ask any question that starts postpartum psychosis, he's going to say, I cannot answer that because it doesn't exist.
If you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
You said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts,
Okay.
if that's where you're referring.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring
No,
to
never mind what I'm
worries-
referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that you discussed with your
Right. Good.
physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but
Right.
I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom. Yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer. Yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
I agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So
Okay, yes.
that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you.
This is very helpful for the defense because the jury is seeing the judge is mad at the witness. So this isn't Reddington, guys. This is the witness's issue. Right or wrong, you know. I think it's a little bit of both of them. I'm not sure if Reddington is like fully gets that he's just will not say postpartum illness is an actual, it's not an illness in his mind. There are symptoms that he thinks is very serious, but not anything called postpartum psychosis.
Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be, that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question the way
Okay,
you
you
phrased
can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, how about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and, if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is,
You see how I did? He's like, I would never come to you. Okay, I'm not even going to throw that one out there. No, not a million years. Or he's like, because he's a man, but I'm going with my way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Cam.
Come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
I don't treat anybody.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, rule.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Oh, that's good.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Diagnosed with it, or was it?
If you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
I can't answer
1
that.
through 9. I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
No, overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them.
Not narcotics.
Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs, you
not
know,
sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure, prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns a person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood test to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. It never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
And then why are you saying?
Commonwealth redirect?
Oh, Lord, I thought we were going to get a break. I'm exhausted.
Me too.
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation,
She is so stupid to start with this because legally speaking and technically speaking, his evaluation, right, of the patient is talking to the patient. When you do further investigation, not as a cop, but you're reading records, you're talking to other people, that's an investigation underlying your evaluation.
Right, that assists your evaluation. If all she's going to do is come up here and talk semantics, then just sit down. We've just proved that your witness is an asshat nobody that doesn't even frankly have the right to speaking in front of this jury. So if this is what you're going to do, then wrap it up.
Wrap it up, right? Wrap it up with the little pretty bow in your hair.
in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24th, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that
She said late 2024.
the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I'm not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026.
Now he can start
Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Duxbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with
you
Park
pause
Dietz
it?
and Associates?
Yes.
So now what we're going to do is say, well, you could come up with any opinion you wanted and we would still pay you. Okay, so
Well,
now
you never hire us again.
right. Now what do you think happens when someone else sees you're never getting retained again because the Commonwealth is going to look and say, that guy made the defense's case last trial he testified in, and we're going to skip out on that. So pretending like we don't know that he has some skin in the game in terms of what he's going to say is just like basic common sense.
Right. Good point, my sweet, smart, amazing daughter.
There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field, and Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in
find
your
one here.
relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
Why on their letterhead?
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
What? What kind of stupid question is
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now,
the same, counselor.
you were asked some questions about Dr. Heilbrun, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
General?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Heilbrun ended up going to Duxbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Heilbrun in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Duxbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Heilbrun offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
We made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
and she repeatedly declined a break.
It's
Right?
still leading, lady.
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
The judge doesn't want it, but both of them want it. I mean, seems like the defense wants it because there would be a valid objection there, which is why the judge is like, nah, y'all, come over here.
And cross-examination.
That'll be exhibit, yes.
All right.
292.
Okay, no objection? No.
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And
This is wild because now think about it. It just got admitted into evidence. Everything that she told these experts, which they said she detailed the events. You know, I know a lot of people out there in the world are like, well, maybe they're going to come back not guilty. You know, it seems like Reddington's going to lean into they didn't prove she didn't do it. Well, this video's, she says she did it. You know, so I guess we will have to see. Are they playing it? I'm so confused. Is it just going into evidence to be available to the jury, or now the Commonwealth thinks they're going to pick and choose what video, which part of the video is going to go in? We're going to have like a Richard Allen thing, where they play like one part and leave out all the other parts. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know what's going on here. This is bizarre. They didn't put in just a piece of it. They introduced the entire video as an exhibit. So maybe the jury will have to see, be like, hey, we want to see that video. We want to watch that 5 hours. All right, let's keep going. And then like, people are asking what Bob's saying is going on. This should be over soon. We'll get a break and then we'll talk about it.
in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida.
Let me go back.
Often. You recall that line of questioning?
All right, so she's asking him now about the cases that he got deemed not to have sufficient skill and expertise to testify on a topic.
The LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case,
Leading.
you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Leading.
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
Leading.
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing up to that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
Oh, now you
And
remember.
ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, correct?
if I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
That is
And
not
the
it.
issue was
that-
a Florida TANF case.
Oh, this is bullshit. And Red's going to fix it. That is absolutely not what they said. So many of you out there read it. I have read it. That's not what they said. They said this is not your specialty. But it did deal with statistics and stuff like that.
TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Bullshit. No.
Well, that was
Okay, if you can answer that, and then
She's misstating it, though.
my understanding is that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
But you went off
Yeah.
script.
Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't.
That's the only one she wants to rectify.
I know you're saying the same thing, but it's not just that he didn't have data from specifically Florida. It's that he didn't have the data and still attested that those specific individuals were more likely to commit crimes because they happen to be more minority and more people who are susceptible to crime. So the point is that he attested to that without having the proper data. That's what makes him unreliable, on top of the fact that he didn't know what he was talking about in terms of, expertise. But the point is that he tends to make these grandiose statements off of little to no accurate data.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a good point. I mean, not only was he found not qualified to speak on that issue, period, as Cam's saying, he attempted to speak on it with a lack of data and with no expertise. So, and that's the only one she seems like she's going to try to fix. What about all the other ones? You didn't catch those, did you?
I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier with postpartum onset, or atypical features, or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right. As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
The description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
Common.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood.
Real quick.
And it includes, you have to.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay. I just want to say really quick, this point just doesn't land for me because this is the same thing that happened to Tufts. when Lindsay was presenting her symptoms, they very well could have just been generalized anxiety disorder, as Tufts said. That doesn't mean, just because their symptoms fit into a box, that doesn't mean it's the accurate diagnosis. So I don't care if you tell me that she had every indicator of generalized depression or generalized anxiety, as Tufts said, because as we see now, when she's diagnosed with bipolar by multiple different experts and physicians, it's just showing that you're incompetent.
Right. And he's literally saying, he's literally saying that they're all part of a, you know, a mood disorder and also bipolar.
Right. It's an umbrella. And just
Right.
because her symptoms fit in a box doesn't mean it's the perfect diagnosis.
Right. Let's go back and hear him say it again. Oh, manic. Right. He was like, oh, and that's also part of manic. Oh, so now there's some mania, huh?
Mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and it includes, you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9
Right.
In order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
So concentration.
Concentration.
So
a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Episode.
Overall.
Bleeding?
Correct.
No, overall, I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
bye.
you.
Bye.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No, overall.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
There you
I imagine your office was aware,
Thank you.
but I
All
don't
right,
know that you had control.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right, next, anything further?
Thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Como? All right, thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Why?
Out of
Jesus. Go away.
All right,
You got
all right,
next.
so
Commonwealth.
members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point, and we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness at this time. For the break, Como?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Which we're almost done at this point because of our blooping. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I don't know. Let's see what people are saying, Cam.
Job didn't do it for me.
Nah, he didn't do shit for nobody. We got some Jules. We got Michael and Sav. And I know I'm saying this guy's name wrong, Kekan. And Sarah and Chris. Love the Jules. Thank you. All right. So Diamonds in the Rough Adventures. Heaven help any pregnant teens under this hack's care. Yeah, right. Tell me about it. Thanks for your generosity. Pamcake says, Friday transcript read, quote, how many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated? Mack, roughly 10 would be my estimate. over what period since 2001? I don't understand why we didn't go back to this. It's like he answered a question that wasn't asked. Now all of a sudden, somebody has postpartum psychosis since 2001. I don't think that's what he meant to answer. I don't.
Well, what I think is that this guy's making up numbers the same way.
He's fine.
I forget what he said. Oh yeah, he was like, I testified in about 1 to 2 criminal responsibility cases. Okay, what were they? Yeah, I don't know. Then where are you coming up with 1 to 2? Do you think it's appropriate to testify in front of the jury a bunch of random numbers that you don't actually like? Who are these 10 women? Can they raise their hands? Can they speak up? Because they don't exist.
Come to the woodwork, please, if you can.
If you are a woman that was treated by Mack postpartum with
Anytime.
postpartum psychosis, if you're a woman and you know this guy, just raise your hand. Does anyone
Right.
does women know him? Is he real?
Is that right? Anyone going to claim this guy other than his mother? We got May and Ambrosia. Thank you. Nano says Mack said he treated 10 patients with postpartum psychosis in his career last Friday. WTF? Yeah, same thing.
Now it doesn't exist.
So, notice it doesn't exist. Right. Okay, buddy.
I saw a couple, but they weren't real because that isn't real either. So probably 10.
Right. Probably 10. Mickey says, I hope the Commonwealth is sulking in regret for choosing this fucking idiot. What a joke. Yes, and thanks for your generosity. Izzy Girl says the transcript is going to be all semantics. Yeah. It's like I don't even know why she stood back up, to tell you the honest God truth. Sunny Day Steph says, think he talked to DAs over the weekend. He's not allowed to. So, I mean, they'd be taking a pretty good big chance. And,
well, he was staying at his house. So they didn't talk, though. They were just,
Soap says, holy friggin' Judd Welcher. Yeah, one of the Karen Reed experts. For sure. Got Holly and Dory and Lady and Holly and Dory with the jewels. Thanks, guys. Boris says he can't just answer a question. He responds with a question. Come on, dude. He's insufferable. Yes, insufferable. Yes, very much so.
If the judge has to tell you that you're not the one asking the questions, then you need to chill out.
Yeah. Defense attorney Meow says he's not sure if she survived her attempt. I mean, he's not sure of anything, Well, if she survived, well, then, I don't know if she's thinking about harming herself. Brit's a new member. Texas Seventh Generation's a new member. What do they get, Cam?
Family hugs.
Yeah. Thanks, Piston. Queen Mom says, Cam, where did I leave your medicine from this morning?
It's on the side table. I can grab it in a minute.
No, I'll grab it. Read some chats.
Queen Moose says, what's one of them? I would assume she's either talking about one of the trials he testified in or one of the women that he treated. I haven't looked at where my mom is in reading these, so I don't know how long ago that was. But we have Ambrosia Emery Sunfire, maybe. I tried. Cigarette Hush. Ambrosia Emery Sunfire again. Here for the waffles. They all sent a couple jewels. Thank you. Okay. Queen Moo says, I've just been diagnosed with PPD and I'm 4, almost 5 months postpartum. Well, thank you for that. That's definitely outside the 4-week and definitely also outside the 12-week. Well, could be outside the 12-week. My mom's complaining because the dog's been going crazy and eating all of our food when we leave our door open. He's off the rails. But thank you for sharing that.
Well, yeah. So it's not the Bible date. It's kind of crazy. Cam, if you want to run down, but check on the dog because I let him out. I haven't heard him though.
Also, that bag was empty, so he didn't eat anything out of there. He just ruffled through the trash.
Okay. All right. Jenna Humphreys, welcome, new member. I think it's Jenna. Shannon, thank you. And then we got Erica. Dr. K with Healthy Gamer did a great episode on Lindsay, bipolar, psychosis, postpartum in general, and internet echo chamber hysteria, the pat blaming. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Mama Loca says, the audacity of an incompetent, privileged white man. Sigh. Oh, was Cam starting going up? Not, okay, let's see. Hopefully I'm not duplicating some of these. Kay Granny says, I love Allie ranting. They're like mine. Thank you for your continued support. 2-month member. Annalise says, did they say why he was testifying online? You mean like in the opinion? He was supposed to be testifying about like the drug and alcohol use of somebody. I don't know if that's the case you're asking about. It was a lot more involved, but that they found that he wasn't qualified to say the words that he spoke in like numerous cases. Edward Foster says, if Red doesn't call the Dr. Kurt at least once, he's missing the boat. Dr. Kirk. Happy 1-month anniversary, Sassy Desk Diaries. I've got to close the bedroom door cams in because the sound is coming back through to me. Hold on. All right, while we have this break, let me just check in on what my husband's saying on X. Make sure he's not texting me something because he's in the courtroom. Let's see what all the jurors were doing and saying. If he's got any insights on that, then we'll get back to your I don't want to click on okay. All right. Day 19. Well, his thread doesn't appear to. All right, let's go to the bottom. I guess it's upside down or backwards. Runs from the bottom up. The last thing he said was, I just wanted to end with this guy. So that was 32 minutes ago. If I was on the live stream with Allie right now, I would be smashing the Peanuts adult speaking sound clip over and over. What a missed opportunity on my end. Yes. So just in case you're new here, sometimes I forget to make use of, we have this one. We've done that one. We've got this one. Say it! We definitely could have done this one. Oh, this was, I gotta remember. I'm so wrapped, like enthralled. Got
Everything
this one.
that guy just says, bullshit. Everything that guy just says, bullshit.
That one applied. This one.
2 hours later.
That one applied.
kind of sick desperation in your laugh?
That one applied. You got a sick desperation in your laugh. This one definitely applied.
It's not rocket science. Just say yes and we'll move on. It's not.
That one, both show, and the one Bob was saying. I missed all the opportunities, you guys. All the opportunities to do good shit to get us through that horrible testimony. But we just couldn't, what's the next thing this asshole's going to say? Had to be paying rapt attention. Then Bob notes how the Commonwealth was trying to introduce the video. Bob asked, can this guy hear the ADA's audible sigh through Zoom? The way he changes his shit. All right, let me get back to your questions. Back to your comments. I mean, that's the thing. Lisa says, do you think there's someone in that room with him helping with his answers? There could be. I got no reason to say yes or no, but there definitely could have been. I was trying to watch his eyes to see if he's looking into anything on his screen. Is he reading something? But Pix says, I'm bipolar and take an SSRI and a mood stabilizer. Thanks for sharing, because that I've heard. If you're going to do it, you can test it out with someone with a mood stabilizer that maybe there's some people that works for. So thanks for sharing, and thanks for your generosity for your 11 months. Brew Berries says, no, Dr. Nina Ross, forensic psych at Dietz and Associates firm, specializes in reproductive mental health, women's mental health. Why not her and this guy instead? Great freaking point. You went out there, were able to find an expert on their own website that they could have called for this. You know why? We all know why. We can all say together, because she wouldn't say this shit that he just said. She would have said shit that was way more helpful to the defense. Period. So thanks, Brew Berries. Good work. And thanks for your generosity. Mama Loca says, honestly, he's the reason women are fed up with men. I know it's not all men, but it's hard not to say all men when you see this one. I know. I feel like mine's the only decent one out there sometimes. But yeah, it's hard. And I am far from a man hater. I have way more, always kind of had more male friends than women friends. I'm not a man hater, but this is some patriarchy. I mean, that's what it is. It's a male run society that just ignores women's health. So this is about all of it. What, if anything, says you jag off, my favorite Pittsburgh term. Thanks for your generosity. Brenda Sue says, best chat on YouTube. Thanks. Well, I love when you guys, do supers to compliment us. Thank you. We got Lori and Tracy with the jewels. Thank you. Milky Joe says, these prosecutors have done stuff, all research / work for 3 years and bring this shit to a court of law. No, I mean, it's a valid point. It's an amazingly perfect point. You've got all of this shit. Everything everyone else has said. You can't find an expert, like the expert that, no, of course I can't. That Brew Berries said, they've gone on the website. They know that someone else exists. They know damn well that they had difficulty finding an expert to say what they wanted to say, yet they still bring this shit. Thank you, Milky. Thank you, Marianne. Rexy says, this is great. Kevin came out swinging. That was from right at the morning, right when we started out. And Crystal sent the mic drop emoji for that same reason. Mandy Moore became a member. Welcome. Family hug. Queen Moose says, my 4-month-old could testify better than this shit. I mean, seriously. Seriously. Jen Fox, dog grooming Danny. TE3. I'm sorry, butchering your name. Thanks for the jewels, guys. Sonia W says, my last super meant the defense expert, which we'll get to it because we're going from the bottom up. I do that in the afternoon. So, like, if there's a topic we're all like chomping at the bit to discuss, we get that right away. And then I kind of go back up, which, you know, if I would have been paying attention, I would have seen Polly Rockets. Allie, can you get the captions text, please? And sorry, I wasn't looking at the, sometimes I just can't pay attention to all the chat, but I did get it up, but probably not as quickly as you had text, so, or sent this message. So thanks for your generosity and sorry about that. I thought I had put it up this morning and I think I must have clicked it off. Debbie RN says, will Red be able to ask Dietz about Law and Order? I mean, I thought he should have been able to. I think he felt like he got it out there enough, you know, and maybe it wasn't necessary, but I would have liked to see some more. I think he could have gotten into it because ultimately the guy said Dietz handpicked him. But, you know. Thanks, Jesse, for the jewels. Thanks, Blue Gems, and Jamie, and E-Chase, and the unsearched drawer. Sorry, when they run together, I miss them. Wait, Bob's trying to tell me something. Hold on. Wait. 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 All right, let me go to what Bob was saying. I thought I saw a message from a friend that said, help me, and now I can't find it. I don't know. So somebody's saying that they've tried to chat and then the suicide hotline popped up instead of their chat. I don't know what's going on. And I thought there was a way you could see. Oh, voicemails. Here we go. Oh, no. Didn't ask for help. Okay. I don't know what I was seeing. Sorry. Hopefully you guys aren't having issues with your chats, like popping up. Anyway, so Sonia says, did you notice the expert said she heard, quote, this is your last chance to? I took that to mean it was the first time she had heard the voice commands. I mean, I think she was saying this was the first time she heard. Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't the first time she heard the voice commands. I mean, she did. It sounded like she told, I don't know. What I'm gathering from the evidence seems this might have been the first time, but then not necessarily the first time she heard the voice. But I get your point. Like, this is your last chance, meaning they've told you sometimes before. Yeah, possibly. I mean, maybe that video is going to get in. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, played for us. I don't know. Lizzie Fabulous. Why were these two Commonwealth experts allowed to interview Lindsay Clancy? Because she asserted an affirmative defense that relied on mental health, and you have to give the state the opportunity to interview you. You want to rely on your mental health, you have to let the state interview you. Thank you for your generosity. Moobrus, thanks for the jewels. Michaela says, in my opinion, side effects of meds, symptoms of disease, far too many of these docs brainwashed by pharma who fund their education, research hospitals, and 50% of ad revenue in the media. No, for sure. Like they're only doing what the insurance companies say they can do, which is the DSM says they can do. And, what Big Pharma's putting out there, That's why people shouldn't poo-poo ketamine therapy, really, nor should they poo-poo psilocybin. Microdosing it's a legitimate treatment. And finally, we got some companies studying this, but no one's going to put money at that because they're like, oh, well, we make a lot more money when you go back to the get prescriptions over and over and over again. You can stay on a prescription for the rest of your life. What, you're going to do ketamine therapy once a year? You're going to do a round of microdosing once a year? Once they get you straight? I don't know. I haven't looked into all of it. I don't know what the whole regimen is, but from what I saw, I think it was like you do it, and then maybe it depends on different people. Some people may have lasting effects for years. Other people may have to go back, in a year. But you're not tied to the pharmaceutical companies, to Big Pharma. They don't want us to do that shit. They're like, wait a minute, don't do some shit you can grow in your house, meaning the psilocybin. We need you to pay to go to the doctors more and pay for prescriptions more. And we want to make money off y'all. So I appreciate your comment. Thank you. And thanks for your generosity. I'll try to remember to put this one back up when Cam's here, that you guys were awaiting her return. Appreciate that. So Kat asked, or Kate, so sorry about that. Allie and Cam, does Mack's opinion count if it's based on the wrong legal standard? And why did the Commonwealth call Lindsay Clancy's prescribers in their case in chief? I don't get that. I think they were trying to call the prescribers to show she never complained, like that her complaints were not that serious. That was what they were trying to convey. She wasn't really suicidal. She wasn't really having bad intrusive thoughts. She wasn't really having, until they called the first, however, until we got to Jolata and made it seem like, oh man, there was nothing wrong with this woman. And then you get to Jolata and she's like, oh, well, she was complaining about all this stuff. And, I don't know that he was using the wrong legal standard. I sort of flagged it. The first time he said it, he mentioned McNaughton, which is like the insanity defense that doesn't have the part 2 that Massachusetts has. It doesn't have the impulse. It doesn't have the inability to conform your behavior. It's like what we have in Illinois. It is just, did you know the difference between right and wrong? Period. No other test. But they wouldn't let it in if it was explicitly on the wrong standard, but then they put everything to cross-examination. So Exhibit Alley, thanks for your generosity. Family hug. Right back at you. I love you too. Dill Pickle with the jewels. Music to my soul. Does it matter Mack isn't licensed in Massachusetts anymore? No, it's only if he's providing treatment. What matters is he's putting a bunch of places he's licensed on his resume and CV that he's not really licensed anymore. Tiff and Mark, the jewels, thank you. True Crime Addicted says Mack the Hack is an incel, period.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Attorney Sprague, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I have to say this to Matthew's comment. Anything that Judge Erskine says is definitely relevant. I don't know if you're talking about which post you're talking about. I saw something she did. I haven't had a lot of time for social media above trying to at least pay attention to people responding to Nye and Bob's posts. And I know this was earlier, so I eventually guessed the question's been answered, and that Red tore him apart on those same liability points. Noted. All right. We got through all of the early ones. We just got a couple new ones. We're doing pretty good. Thanks, Michelle, Debbie.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Heilbrun.
Let's see what this guy specializes in.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Start right here.
That was me. I was making sure we were current.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run two clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
So again,
and do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
Oh,
and
wow.
what did that involve?
Wow.
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
I mean, I don't like how Red just lets them read from whatever the fuck they want to read from at the bench instead of saying, what is it you're reading? Can I get a copy of that? Like, they're not supposed to just be reading stuff. He's not even at his report. Like, do you know what you did or you don't? But, I mean.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called SIPACT, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys, and I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment.
So just so anybody who hasn't followed every day knows why the hell she's asking this question about would you call them your patient, is because she's trying to impeach Dr. I don't know if it was, I think it was Resnick.
It was Izell.
About the fact that he wrote a letter to the court that I'm writing about my patient who needs special accommodations to get from the jail to the courthouse. And I mean, it was just like, you're just using standard terminology. We're going to write my evaluee.
Again, so it's picks.
Yeah. I'll be right back, Cam.
They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times. With adults and juveniles, the issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or lean toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Heilbrun's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026. And at that time, spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. Avram Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone. Variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we're going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the PowerPoint. In terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022.
I thought she struggled with a lifetime of anxiety that helped her excel in her younger years. Hack the Mack the hack.
She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school, and she got straight A's, basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure. And that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them. And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then if Can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
All right. I was muted. So I'm eating this popcorn. That's why I have it muted. So the prosecution just wants to, thanks Trace, just wants to establish that she had a perfectly normal childhood. She didn't suffer any trauma, which again goes to how out of touch they are, because I think that helps the defense. Like, this isn't an abused person who just has some sort of behavioral disorder that went out and killed her kids. Yep, there's my perimenopause brain fog going on.
Yes, I can.
Antisocial disorder.
So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were two reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how
Sorry. So this guy already sounds like a better expert. Like, I don't know what he's going to ultimately say, but he seems more honest. He seems more like he took this more seriously. He really looked into it. He notes that these problems started at 12 weeks, which is actually the right time frame, and he's about to talk about how she had immediate side effects to the Zoloft. So, and this kind of goes to like what Camryn was talking about before. And again, I don't know how this is going to evolve, but like, it's almost better to recognize she had bipolar. She had some symptoms of psychosis, but I'm still saying, better for the prosecution, but I'm still saying that she's criminally responsible because whatever the hell that answer might be, as opposed to denying everything and then just saying some stupid shit that flows out of your mouth. So I don't know what this guy's going to say yet. I just think he might be easier to get some details out of him that help the defense to a certain extent. Well, so let's see.
Things became difficult from the records
at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those, and from
Guys, I hit the button.
She was getting more anxious.
Exactly.
Went to visit for her husband. Said, I did.
You learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those, and from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick. And I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
Yeah. I swiped.
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious
12 weeks.
when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, erasing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions. Because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, so kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we?
All right, before we get to that, yes, there's a PowerPoint that Court TV is not showing us. Also, don't forget that Mack the Hack had this guy's report before he wrote his report. So, you know, and they went to the same interview. So you're going to get some overlapping facts. And I guarantee he got this idea of like improving, you know, maybe from this guy about, no, because he has not said that. No, but just about the anxiety thing, that she had anxiety as a child that helped her excel, you know, whatever.
Still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
Why don't you come in focus?
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2,
okay.
But I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially, And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And Doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th.
Which all begs the question, if she is now making this up and trying to come up with she was setting a trap for her defense here, that she wouldn't have said, at the time I thought of them as thoughts, but that, once the voice got really demanding, I realized it wasn't really my thoughts. And I didn't know quite how to explain it, that it was coming from externally or, I don't know, but she didn't do a very good job of faking psychosis, if that's what she was trying to do per the Commonwealth.
And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties, and they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. And generally that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
Doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
you finished with that? description of what information you got from that provider?
No.
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
I mean, the judge really lets Reddington interrupt a lot more, but you know, it's also mostly on cross. So, but let's keep going. Yeah, let your witness speak.
So she was not going to remain in women and infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now, before we
Yes.
go on to McLean,
Yes,
about women and infants. Were you able to review the women and infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the women and infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by women and infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes, she was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023, and what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing, and so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she saw.
I mean, it's got to be somewhat noteworthy that her reason for living wasn't her husband. But there was something else I was going to say that prompted me to pause this. I'll think of it. I'll come back.
Doctor, would those
reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would those be would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about?
He didn't say it quite like that, lady. You know what? Just stop with the leading. We hear the lead. Here comes the lead.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
So somebody had asked in one of the comments, like, why is he reading from his, Nancy Drubble. Why are they letting him read from his notes? I know if they have to refresh, but read from them. Reddington's been very lenient with that, but I agree. Some places, I want to be like, no, go off your memory. But actually, this seems fine, But it's if the defense doesn't complain, then he gets to do it.
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which
So all this begs the question: how in the hell does she have a diagnosis of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis? Is everything that Mack the Hack said mattered one shit bit at all? I mean, you can't just get up there and deny people have diagnoses that they have. It's like ridiculous. Doesn't mean you have to agree with the diagnoses, but other people diagnose them. They are also using the DSM. Sometimes you go outside of what the strict parameters are. All right. I mean, I hate to say this guy's a good witness. I mean, so far he seems good. Let's see where he's going.
But it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her third child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was, she was into exercise. And she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was...
I'm going to bloop it back, and I just want to comment again, and it goes exactly what Cam said earlier, that would have been better had Mack been doing. This expert is not, so far, there might be some things that he's going to sugarcoat, but for the most part, he's recognizing every one of her symptoms. He's talking about every one of her diagnoses. He's not minimizing. He's not underplaying. So this is a strong witness for the prosecution. Am I saying that he's proving anything beyond a reasonable doubt? No, I am not. I'm just saying this is a strong witness because he is acknowledging her symptoms. And we're going to hear why he says still, despite all of that, she could have conformed her conduct to the requirements of the law. But, This is why they're ending with this guy. I blooped it back.
That it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, it does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis by bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time, and depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much, well, one of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, a sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Duxbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Duxbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis, it's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, whether she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
Okay. And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
Okay. And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And And to determine, is that something that those three elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of.
I was just saying that all the things that Mack the Hack is denying, everything that he's denying, that it's not that she's reliable, it's whether the test can be reliably applied. It's like he said fabricating. Mack the Hack says, oh, it's not about whether she's lying, fabricating and lying, all the same thing. Mack the Hack, hop back in your little garbage can. Go visit Oscar.
She minimizing or denying. So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. We can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
I'm going to have you pause there for a moment.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
It's
to
a good
break.
time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't come back.
Don't do anything.
All right. Anything we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right. So we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Maybe we're going to end today, you guys.
In the hands of the jury as early as tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow's what
The previous
what TV
case.
says.
But
So I'm going to go through some questions and then we can talk about what we want to do for lunch. And Mama Bear shared, so I'll read this. As a family member of someone who has died of S, he also knew we were all worth living for. And I just want to pause there because then it says until he didn't, until the sickness took over. I in my opinion, I believe he probably always knew you were worth living for. It was just that he couldn't be strong enough to continue to live for you. You know, it's a sickness. It's mentally sick. And I 100% agree with that, Mama Bear. 100%. 100%. But I can imagine being a child and feeling that way, that it feels like this person, you know, didn't think I was, you know, didn't think that I was worth living for. And I don't think that's ever like the actual decision making. So thank you for sharing. And I'm sorry you went through that. Nana loves crime TV. Welcome. As my husband would say, family hug. Mandy Moore said, think back to the wellness check when Patrick was taking care of Cora. There might be a reason she was more anxious when she was away. I mean, there's something made her anxious, you know. I touched on that. Thanks, you guys, for your generosity those last few. And thank you, Christy or Chris, I guess Chris. Thank you. Sunny Day Steph says bad Commonwealth experts because they broke from Karen. Yeah. Yeah. That was from earlier. That was 11:36. Nitka Ditka says we all love an alley rant, and Melanie is good at them too. Melanie does great rants, and I'm sure that we've done lives together before, and I'm sure we could absolutely do a live together again. I'll talk to her about it. We like to do stuff on Verdict Watch, but you know, I don't know how long she's going to be in Hawaii. Like, she's going to get up at 3 a.m. to do Verdict Watch. I don't know that I would, but you know, she's dedicated. She's dedicated to her cupcakes. So maybe. Tar Girl, welcome. Family hug. Texas, 7th generation. Thanks for your generosity. Grateful for the collective Motta family commentary. Thank you. Curious Liz says, Allie, fantastic fungi. I've seen it multiple times, actually twice, because I was like, wanted to hear the science about it more. Second time is a great documentary on the use of mushrooms and psilocybin in medicine. Absolutely recommend it. It was, it's a very, very good documentary. NKY and Rhonda, thanks for the jewels. Lori Jane, I've had heated discussions with Representative Nancy Mace, idiot. Well, you know, some of our elected officials are like that. Thanks for your continued support for 6 months. Queen Moo says, this shit has me hungry. I've eaten 3,000 calories in 2 hours, and it's his fault if I get fat. And she's obviously talking about Hack the Mack. I mean, I got this popcorn saved for the cross. We'll have to see if how the cross is going to play out of this expert. But I hear you. Mama, got the hiccups. Mama and It's Andy Rose. Thanks for the jewels. All right, hold on. Let me get a drink of water. I don't know. Let's hope that did it. I don't know. Amy Positive Pathways says in the DSM, a person can be diagnosed later. It's the criteria at a certain time period in person's life being met. Seems she met this. Well, yeah, thanks for that. I mean, it seems so too. She's been diagnosed with it. Rhonda, thanks for your continued support. Love watching from across the pond. Well, we love you watching from across the pond. Eddie Purdy says the moral of the story is never bring a man to a women's business. Love your work, Allie and Cam. Insightful, strong women. Well, thank you. And thanks for all the super sticker generosity thus far. And we got some more jewels. Thank you. Holly says, Joseph Witt, a psychiatrist who used to work for the FDA, did a great interview on YouTube on how the docs mismanaged the medications from the start and how this was all preventable. I think so too. And I think that, I hope it doesn't backfire, relying too much on postpartum psychosis as opposed to just psychosis, whether it was from postpartum, whether it was substance induced, meaning the way these medications impacted her. Either way, hearing voices, you're in psychosis. And I think this expert's going to have to admit that. And he says she wasn't malingering. So he's just going to say, I guess, that she could have refused to listen to it, which goes to those questions that the Commonwealth was asking when the defense expert was up, like, well, this percentage of people don't listen to the commands, Thanks for your generosity, Holly. Thanks, Baseball. Thanks, Spooky Babe. IHR or LHR says, my BFF, best friend forever. I was like, best friend, but okay, best friend forever was diagnosed with PPD and the baby is 1. She was nursing and her doctor acknowledged nursing still causes hormonal imbalances. She felt reassured. I text Bob. I'm like, I know I keep texting a bunch of shit and then telling you, hey, obviously don't bother Reddington about this shit. I was like, the 2 things that you need to bother him about are the breastfeeding. And there was one other thing. I'm like, that one's for real. And maybe he can get into it with this guy. Maybe not. We'll see. But a lot of people have talked about that. That's an important, hormonal event, ceasing breastfeeding or continuing to breastfeed, whichever one. Jen Bowers became a member. Welcome. Family hug. Thanks, True Crime Queen and Katie, for the jewels. Love the jewels. We got Texas 7th Jen became a member. All right. Been seeing you around. Thanks, Texas Jen. Welcome. Family hug. We got Core 4 and Jen Fox and Mark with the jewels. Thanks, guys. Billy Bonga says, I love the way the judge keeps things moving. The lawyers are allowed leniency and the experts are called out if they are being smarmy. Bob loves that word, smarmy. I mean, so do I, but Bob's always loved it. Texas back with 1,000 jewels. Skeet with some jewels. And then I think we are live, but for the last couple that just came in, True Crime Type of Mind. Thanks for the jewels. Kelly Steph says, Allie rant on mute had me rolling. I mean, I don't like to have you guys hear the sounds of me like slurping my water and, swallowing and then I forget that I did it. So Shaboogies, and thanks for your generosity, Kelly, says bipolar given SSR without stabilizer causes mania psychosis. She was never given enough milligrams of a stabilizer to get out of psychosis. The end. I mean, it seems that way. Thanks for your generosity. And then we got Shenanigans and Lady Jane, thanks for the jewels. And Miss Chris says, much love to everyone in chat that's lost family to mental illness. I've lost several of my family by S. I'm so sorry for your loss. Also, you should check out our mental health support group. If you go to the Defense Diaries Facebook group, and I went to it the other day, on the top of that Facebook group, you see both the private groups. One's the insider group, and then one's the mental health awareness. We are going to do another mental health awareness day. Got to squeeze that in here somewhere. We still have a lot of your stories to share. And for those of you out there that have tried to become a member, you've got to answer the questions. It's bizarre to me why some people don't see them and some people do. But there's questions because we've got to vet people. We've got to make sure we're not just having, our people in there, sharing their deepest, darkest secrets, and we let a bunch of trolls in, So it's a vetting process. Got to answer the questions. Thanks for sharing, Miss Chris, and thanks for feeling safe enough to do so. Queen Moose says, my 4-month-old would love to meet you and Bob. We love babies. I guess you're not out in Massachusetts. Bob just did his meetup. There was a big turnout. And then we've got Julie B. Sanson, unless it's Julie B. Sanson as one word. But whatever, very generous. Thank you. I am so happy. I just met Bob, and it was worth the 5.5-hour drive. Also met Margaret. What a wonderful person. Allie, I think you are amazing and appreciate your coverage. Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, that gets us up to date with there's 2 more. Ellen, member for 33 months. Oh, gee. 2 different conclusions. Same interview. Reasonable, dowdy. Yeah, I think so. I think this is my honest opinion. They're just going to completely say, I don't want to talk about Mack. I don't care about a thing he said. Let's talk about this doctor and let's go from there. And I kind of suspect that this whole case might rest on what this doctor testifies to. So, I hope that the cross goes. Everybody's good on direct. It's easy to be good on direct unless you're Mack. He kind of sucked on direct too. And thanks for your continued support, OG Ellen. Phyllis says the collective Motta family commentary. That's a lot of Motta. Come on, someone had to say it. Yes, that's true. That's a lot of Motta. And then we've got Allie Bin here, new member here after being gifted a membership. Welcome, family hug. Just wanted to say thank you to the Motta family for this amazing coverage. Love watching with y'all. And before I go, try to figure out if I can find something to eat in this house. Let me see if my husband has put anything interesting out there in the Twitterverse. I thought he figured out how to do it like a thread, but I don't know. So it's bizarre because I put it on most recent, and the one I have as most recent is 3 hours ago. So maybe I do have to scroll to the bottom. Lunch break back at 2. Let's see. He says, we have arrived at Heilbrun's criminal responsibility evaluation of Lindsay Clancy. Heilbrun performed psychological testing. He pays close attention to response styles reliable as far as the memory allows, malingering, fabrication, under-reporting. And I think that's the last thing that he has so far. Bob also said, this is the type of expert one would expect to see from the Commonwealth in a case of this magnitude. Reddington will tailor his cross accordingly. When you have a goofball on the stand, they are treated as such. When you have a legitimate witness up there, you use a scalpel. Red will be using the scalpel with Heilbrun. Yeah, I think he makes a great point. There's a third witness today? What? This isn't their last witness? What in the actual what do you guys know? Who is left? Who is left? So here's the question, because we still have 40 minutes. Should we play the you know what? We'll play the openings with Cam. So we'll play like the Defense Diaries stream of the opening. While I go figure out some food and you guys kill some time. Let's see. I gotta find day one. All right, playlist. I'm assuming we have a play. Oh, yes, we do. Okay. Wait, how do these playlists work? I just assumed like all the Clancy coverage would be. Let's see, wait. Right, like can I go to it and every episode is available? All right, I'm just gonna do it this way. Just gonna go to lives and scroll down to day one. It's faster. I don't know how to use this. So here we go. All right. So let me find where the openings start. Judge addresses the doors. Okay. So this is it. Now, for those of you who are going to be confused, like, what do you mean that's Camryn? So Camryn she's sort of like a naturally light brown, dark blonde. She was lighter when she was younger, as they always are. So over the years, she has gone between going blonde and going dark brunette. So she was blonde. The blonde never sticks for more than a couple of months at most. And I think right after she saw herself on this live, she's like, nope, I'm ready to be a brunette again. And she's like, Mom, I know you told me you don't want me wasting this gift, because obviously we got it as like a birthday gift for her to get her hair colored. And then she just decided to dye right over it. I'm like, no, do what makes you happy, obviously. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to remove me altogether. I'm going to share this tab instead. Wait, am I sharing this tab already? Oh, you don't see it. Come on, Alison, get with it. All right. So I'll also put up a, and thank you, Allie, for your generosity. Banner. So lunch break. Probably deleted it. Yeah. We have to, like, we have so many. Sorry. We have so many banners that it's impossible to find anything. So re-watching openings. Now, I asked you guys if this is what you wanted to do, but then I never went over to make sure this is what you want to do. So let me just see if you guys said anything. Like, Yeah, I don't know about the suicide warning thing. It could be that we're saying the words too much. Or like trolls reported us, or what's going on. But all right, I'll let the openings play. And remove myself so the screen gets bigger. People get confused. Tell them to look at the banner. All right, guys, I'll be back. Bye.
I just turned 5. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling, with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them, they're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout freebie, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3B restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3B is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner. It was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop just at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone. No answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do. Your Honor, I might use the easel, may it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Yes. Thank you. You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial, certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Kirk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, them. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time. Your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what is told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. The life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily, you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And, you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that could lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant. You don't put them on Zoloft. You don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point to different aspects of a case to show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches you'll get stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. A knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying because kids. You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room and the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works in Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the open, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal, post-baby delivery, because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She only got 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft, and was spun out of control. Oh, because you didn't hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them. We're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother. People that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids, will indicate what kind of a mother she was. As will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicated her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And consider the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science. And they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer. She looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the ad.
All right, so that explains, make sure I'm not muted. That explains why he's using September as the date. Because September is when she searched and early October was the first appointment. Okay. So I'm like, how come we're going outside of the 12 weeks if we don't have to? You know, I still think it's probably likely that, I mean, even this expert, most recent one, said started around the 12-week period. All right, let's just keep listening. They're not back, so we'll finish to the end of the opening.
Adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you got to go to this outfit here, which was the Social Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the Social Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazam, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be...
All right, the court might be back. Let me see what's happening. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay. Oh, jury's on their way in. Okay. Oh, so I forgot that Scout left her jersey for volleyball, and I was supposed to drive to the school on the lunch break. I thought I had extra time, why I felt so relaxed. And then the phone rang, so I was like, oh, shit, I forgot.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman.
What?
And so, given this,
why the hell would she underreport in a sophisticated way? Because she's a very bright woman. Like, what the fuck's he getting at right now? So she was intentionally underreporting? All right, let's see what this guy's about to get at here.
In a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so, given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Duxbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events.
2026.
And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the 1-to-1 supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under 2 circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Lahoney-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 2024th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with 2 possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another.
Getting 2 possibilities?
And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related.
Wait, the number 1 was maybe it was command hallucinations? 2 possible explanations. Okay, reasonable doubt. Write it up, sign it, send it back. What? Their expert says one of the possible reasons is acute psychosis with command hallucinations, but then he's going to probably, I guess, go on to say that one doesn't work at the end of the day. I don't know.
Harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them.
What in the actual fuck? Am I literally in the Twilight Zone? Am I in the Twilight Zone? What in the actual fuck is going on here? The prosecution has put on an entire case that this was not a real suicide. And this second theory only works if it's a real suicide. And they put on their expert to say either it's a command hallucination or it was a real suicide. They've already said it's not. So all that's left is a command hallucination. He's going to say that she could have conformed her conduct despite the command hallucination. It's bizarre. This is bizarre. And look, you guys, as far as I'm concerned, the second one, unless you think the Holocaust is coming, like unless you think that the kids are actually going to fall in some serious harm, it's just sheer like selfishness, not it might be mitigation. Like if you just really wanted to kill yourself, I don't know.
And so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those. But I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
That is reasonable doubt.
Doctor, if we
that
could
is
go to the next
reasonable
slide and you
doubt.
could talk to us.
This is this a fucking joke? I feel like they should have been able to get this thing dismissed on its face, since this is the testimony that she's going to put on. That is, as a matter of law, reasonable doubt. You still said most of it. I don't know. I got to think more about it. To me, this is how I feel right now.
What evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said,
Nice sound, Doc.
"This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of
You said she wasn't malingering.
psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second,
I'm like so confused. How is that not thought broadcasting? If she thinks people can hear them as vivid and whatever as they are, how the fuck is that not what he just said it was, where you think someone can hear your thoughts? Like, I need this guy to explain it better, because he doesn't seem like a straight up piece of shit like the other doctor. But I don't understand it. You just said she thought people could hear her thoughts, but it has to be in a specific way by thinking it. So because she thought they were so vivid, that's why people could hear them, as opposed to just thinking they could hear any old thought. That's the problem. That's the distinction. Are you guys following me? Because that's what it seems like he's saying. Thought broadcasting is just like any thought. I hear it, you think I think it, you hear it. But because this was like a very special thought, so vivid, so clear, that only then did she think that others could hear it, that's not the normal thought broadcasting. That seems like repeat after me what we've been saying all day, semantics. So I don't get it.
possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me." And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Child Line in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And doctor, is it? I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Are you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare.
Additionally, you said that she's highly intelligent, very sophisticated, has at least some, medical-ish knowledge. Why the fuck wouldn't she have just pretended to hear it longer? So now you're calling her a liar. So you don't believe her. All right.
Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
And doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Some facts, not evidence.
Yeah, overall.
What was that? What?
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, at least?
Go ahead.
The
What's
test,
this asked as a hypothetical?
hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
A hypothetical,
So it's
not based
on
on
evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
You might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation. It's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Let's just ask it as the hypothetical. Assuming this and then go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Right.
Overall, go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated.
Now she's exaggerating and fabricating.
I found it useful to look at those, look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms.
So I just want to touch base, and I'll loop back on our Mental Health Awareness Day. We had a woman who told her story and about her hallucinations and delusions and what she did to cope, and she just held her baby really tight and concentrated that she was seated on the couch and was like, as long as I don't let go and I don't move, this baby's going to survive. It was such a powerful story. You know, but Fred's going to be able to turn to different, like this all happened very quick for her. You're like 88%. Come on now.
In different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say, unusual things are wrong, and strange things are wrong, and many things are wrong, and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And
I'm sorry, if I was on the jury, if I'm putting myself in my worst case scenario, I would be like, I don't know. Maybe she didn't be compelled, maybe she did, but they've got to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. And if there's any chance, 20%, 17%, I don't give a shit that this woman could not conform her behavior because of the voice and because of everything else, I would still have to say not guilty. Like, even if I believed everything that this guy said and thought it was possible that maybe she did just want to kill herself and want to bring the kids with her and made a conscious decision, under a damaged mentality and delusional thinking, but still that she could have controlled what she did as a possibility, I'd still have to say not guilty. I think that you guys don't know. You're talking about most of the time. You're talking about a woman that you just said you believed in every other respect. Now you think she had the wherewithal to lie about the one thing, but again, lie about it badly. She's going to lie about it, but then not add that she's heard the voice before, not add that she was fighting the voice, not work on this for a couple of days. It's just, come on.
Further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to
job,
start with the
actually.
question of
Good job.
thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was, that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said, his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do, or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of, this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with...
this is such a fucking joke. This is such a joke. Like, they spent an entire trial saying it's not a real suicide attempt. And then this schmo, he's saying, you know, like, she has the wherewithal to lie. Again, the same shit, to lie about this stuff, but to not keep lying about it. And to not lie about it well enough. I mean, I think this guy's going to do a lot of admitting on cross. This is just your opinion. You know, these other doctors, you respect these doctors. They have the other opinion. You leave space for the possibility, right, that their opinion is valid. This is just how you think.
That's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination, what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration.
I'm
Wait
gonna
a
pass
second.
on that.
Inconsistencies in her
Wait a second. Did
And
he
Doctor,
not
did
make
you-
this slide? Did he not make this slide? Look at this.
Already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she.
What was that about,
knew
you
that
guys?
when I asked.
He's like, I'm going to pass on that one. He's like, I can't tell you, because his little second scenario with, you think there's going to be a Holocaust in the next day, so you've got to kill your kids so they don't have to live through that, is a lot different than, this is interesting. What is, let's watch him do it again. Look at his face when he does it too. Look at it. It's right there. That's the face. He's saying, I'm passing on that. Don't ask it. Did you see that face?
Wrongfulness.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on
that. And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw
right here
for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It
by
was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day.
Something's about to happen.
The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Oh, here we go. That was it. There it happened again. She should have told him not to say it. Oh, Lord. They did it again. They did it again. Unfucking believable.
All right.
This time they're clearing the room.
All right. Sure, find those notebooks.
You fucked it. Now you fucked it. What are you guys wearing matching clothes now? Where's your bow?
As I can. Be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Oh, man. He's on a recess. Holy shit. I just can't believe it. This is insane. Now, I understand where this doctor was going with this, okay? He wasn't doing what she did that first time. She wasn't trying to impeach. Oh, here, Bob's calling. Let's see what he's got to say. Hey, we're live now. We saw.
Obviously saw it. Yeah, I think
You're on
he jumped
speaker.
up.
Your speaker. Let me take you off speaker.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I think it's not 100% because it was sidebar, but I think he moved for a mistrial at the sidebar.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's obviously preserve the record, but I mean, I will say, the judge called it in terms of having us clear the courtroom, clear the jury immediately after that sidebar. So I'll take that for.
Well, you guys aren't going to be allowed to be in there for the argument. You're not going to be allowed to be in there for the argument because they're coming back to argue.
I don't know.
He just said he was going to take a minute. He's going to be right back.
I don't know. They just cleared the courtroom. We didn't hear any of that.
Well, don't leave.
I'm not. We're outside the courtroom. I'm not leaving the courthouse. What are you, nuts? All right. I love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye. All right. So here's the thing. All right. You guys know how up in arms I was with the first time. Okay. Because they were trying to impeach a witness, literally get a witness to change her testimony by being like, how do you call yourself a Catholic? Don't you know murder is a mortal sin? Like, what are you doing here? Or impose that on the jury, all the things. Here, he was trying to reconcile her, and clearly he's not Catholic, but her false belief. Well, yeah, and he didn't need to say that because I'm correct that under Catholic rules, if you unalive yourself, you're not going to heaven, right? Is that true? Like, leave out anything else. But if you take your own life, I thought you couldn't go to heaven. All right, I'll replay it. I'll replay it.
Said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly. She was doing a little bit better than she was suffering as people suffering, and they're trying to. She was going to put a stop to it. Then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids, and she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, go to God, baby, go to God. And that was part of her expectation that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
That was it. That was it. They did it again. They did it again. So, but I was starting to say that I was just trying to see if you guys said that it's true. So not every Catholic church would think that. Okay, so leave it out for now, I guess. This was just my thinking. But so what this expert's trying to say that he was going to explain how she could feel they would, which by the way, also Mack made up his answer. Mack was like, well, when she said go to God, she was saying the kids are innocent and they're going to go to God while she was not. And what this expert's saying is she had the belief that they would all go together to heaven. But he couldn't reconcile that because he's thinking, well, how can she think that? Because this is what I take him as saying, that he didn't think that, if you unalive your children, that you go to heaven. So he was going to ask her that to wrap up that inconsistency, which I venture to guess the answer was actually only going to help even more, But I don't know why in the hell you take a chance after the first mortal sin shit to not make sure your witness does not say the words mortal sin. It's like crazy. They do ask jurors, is there anything about your religion, your upbringing, your background that makes you not be able to stand in judgment of another person? But they don't ask you, are you very religious? What's your religion? What's your religious beliefs? That's about it. That's about it. Also, I mean, somebody says delusion, period. I mean, where is it? Somebody says that's a delusion, period. If you're talking about that her and her kids were going to meet up in heaven, if that's the delusion you're talking about, well, then you better tell half the world that they're delirious, delusional. Right? I mean, isn't that what everybody thinks? I don't personally think this. I don't personally think this. But isn't that like the whole crux of religion for like the majority of people? I mean, isn't that the whole thing? Y'all going to meet up in heaven? You got family waiting for you? You're all going to have, isn't that it? Maybe I'm confused. So I don't think you can think that that's a delusion. That's a well, whatever. So now the delusion part is if they stay, they're unsafe. Not like they're just gonna. To me, there's a intellectual and legal. It's my back scratcher I just picked up and decided to start playing with because I'm like having a thing right now. I'm all angst. So I need something in my hands. Need something to bang around. Oh, this is what I'm doing. To me, there's an intellectual difference between saying, I don't want my children to suffer living, thinking their mother didn't care enough to live for them. This is going to be hell for them. Okay. So I'm just going to take them with me. That way, they don't have to live with that pain. I don't know. You can say that's delusional. I know Bob disagrees with me, but I honestly just don't know that you can think that belief is delusional. But if the belief is the children are like he started this with, the Holocaust is coming, so I can't live through that, and I can't have my kids live through that. If they stay, they're in real danger. Some harm will befall them. And that's what, if anything, I do think that she felt that if they stayed on Earth, harm would become them. Because she kept saying, not only did she have thoughts of harming children, but that she kept saying she felt something bad was going to happen to the kids, something bad's going to happen to them, something bad's going to happen to them. And the government just keeps trying to make it like she just thought something bad would happen if it wasn't her with the kids, because no one can raise her kids like she can. Everybody wants to watch again. We can bloop it back. It's what's completely delusional. Which is completely delusional? The belief that I don't need to piss off half the stream right now, but I'll rewind it. I don't want to miss him come back out, though.
Over a several-month period. Pain. And pain's life. Then she didn't want to leave them.
Side.
There was. What happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin? Isn't suicide a mortal sin?
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
That's where he just needed to stop, not say the words mortal sin. When I asked her about that, because he conveyed enough, right? He said, it's my understanding that that's not, the Catholic belief. Meaning, like, if you want to live yourself or someone else, do you go to heaven? And she said, is how they should have, they should have left it. So, all right, let me see what you guys are saying, because I can't keep up with the chats. I'm coming over here to the supers. Thorn PhD just said, look at the judge's expression. Yeah, he wasn't happy. See, so this one's brand new. Gigi says, Catholic belief reduced blame. When a person is overwhelmed by mental illness or extreme anguish, they often lack full control over their actions. So is that to say that the Catholic beliefs specifically create an exception for unaliving yourself or someone else, that you still go to heaven if it's because of this? Is that what you're saying, Gigi? And then he says, Kiki says, this is what he was trying to avoid on the slide. He wanted to skip. He knew this was going to happen. Maybe you're right. That could very well be true. I mean, I'll tell you now, he's definitely asking for it with prejudice. That's for damn sure. Judge might very well grant it. I mean, to do it twice? What could be more egregious? I mean, come on. You did it twice. But the first time, she did it. Okay? She said the words. You know? And I mean, how about the chances of two people saying the words mortal sin in one trial? But I do think that Kiki is right. That could be why he wanted to skip. He made the face. But then why would he have said the words? Why would he have said the words? Why didn't he just leave it at the sentence of, you know, I think that's not the Catholic considerations. So when I asked her about this, it might have gotten the same problem, you know. But in that way, at least he's not saying the words mortal sin. All right. Alpha says, what are the chances that the ADAs are trying to cause a mistrial? I mean, I honestly don't know at this point. But that's the argument that Reddington has to make. That's the way prejudice attaches so that they can't try her again. That they intentionally are letting these things happen to goad the... Oh, and OG, Alpha She-Wolf. Thanks for your continued support. To goad the defense into seeking a mistrial. And that they're doing that as a trick so they get a free retrial. That's the argument. That's the only argument for a mistrial. You do not just ask for a mistrial outright in this case. And I want to be clear because I think that people still don't get it. You make your request for a mistrial, not you people, but just you make your request for a mistrial contingent on the judge finding they intentionally engaged in that action to goad the defense into seeking a retrial. I mean, a mistrial. All right, let's go. Are they back in the room? Let me see if
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference, I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago. And I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
With prejudice.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Prejudice.
The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong, and she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that.
I think we need to voir dire the witness to see if she told him not to say anything about Catholicism. And moreover, let me drop this damn back scratcher. That when they trial prepped, did he explain in relation to that slide and discuss this whole Catholicism thing? That's what we need to do, Red. Sorry, I can't hit play because I X'd off the damn thing.
Slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say. In regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point?
Why did let Mack do it?
It was not. I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry, and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, we're going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and then I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'll be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. All right.
I mean, Red's got to ask tomorrow to voir dire this witness. I want it on the record. When you guys discussed that slide, did you discuss this discussion? Hey, there's my handsome, sexy man. Oh, wow. That was inappropriate, lady. She's winking and everything. Who is that? You guys know who that is? Did she not just wink at the camera? I mean, what? What?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
You had her.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial. It's irrelevant. It is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right? And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about
one more.
Where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So I'm sorry, but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all right. Jurors, can I close your notebooks? Place on the chairs. This way, please.
You guys, we're going to have to burn through these supers quick, or my husband better get his ass on because my granddaughter is literally asking for me. My son has texted me. She wants to talk to me. I'm supposed to head over there. Let me see where we ended, though. Hopefully. Okay.
Jurors have exited the court. This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. Also, one more time, can I see it sidebar?
We got Auntie M. Love me some Wizard of Oz. And Here for the Waffles and M. Shen and K Cheek and Nerd for Learning again, all with the jewels. Love the jewels. LHR says, or are command hallucinations, a command hallucination or a real SI? I think Kevin Reddington will just stand up and say, thanks, sir. Thanks for proving my case. Here's what I want to say about this, because I know I want to go see my granddaughter, so I'm getting all I don't want to keep talking. I honestly think they should voir dire this witness outside of the presence of the jury so that Reddington can fully explore this question and this issue. Because he needs to know if there's any part of this that actually would help prove that she didn't know it wasn't moral. Because I think there is an argument to be made that if she thought she was going to heaven, she did not know it was immoral. I mean, right or wrong? That's different than saying the words, this is a mortal sin, but that she thought she was going to heaven. And it's also not somebody saying what Catholicism means and doesn't mean, what the dictates are and aren't. it's her belief. You know, I don't know. I think it's an important thing, and I would want to explore it outside of the presence of the jury. But I'm sure he's heard what, you know, he's watched the recordings. I don't know if this was part that was not recorded or how much of this is in his report. But I mean, we know he's not going to say that she thought that he thinks that she, I don't know about this. Yeah, I would definitely want to do it. There might be something there he was going to say. Or I don't know, maybe you say it when a little more is said and you say, I need to voir dire him outside of the presence so I can explore what the basis is for what he's saying right now. This part wasn't recorded. I don't know what he asked. And there might have been something she said that shows she didn't think it was morally wrong. And a belief that she was going to go to heaven with her kids. If she said those words, what the fuck did Mack say? What in the hell was he talking about? And how come that didn't come up?
Be in recess until tomorrow. The anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow, with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments in charge would be on
closing on
Wednesday. All right. Subject to change, as they always are. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I ever going to see my husband again? Oh, the kids, August 27th. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. But I'll think about it and give some input for Bob. Don't forget, Bob will go live tonight inside the courtroom live. And then hopefully he'll do a follow-up members only live. I don't know. I guess it depends on the timing. But yeah, LHR, I mean, this expert really does seem to be kind of helping the defense right now a little bit. But he's also a really good witness. Really good witness for the prosecution, if depending on how he rounds all this stuff up. Right now, I mean, that little smirky thing, and I think you guys are right. Whoever said that, made that comment, I don't know where it is anymore. But that's why he made that face, was he was trying to avoid this topic. Just trying to look for the comment, but I don't see it. So I don't know. There's a lot to unpack here. There is. But all my brain is saying, that internal voice of mine is like, Lila's waiting. Your grandchild wants you. Go. Oh, no. Scarlett has a volleyball game today. Oh, God. No. Oh, man. Hold on a second. I'm not going to see. I'm not seeing my granddaughter. Lord. I'll text the kids. Stand by. All right. Damn it. Nothing ever works out right. Nothing ever works out right for me. This timing. All right. Concert 3 Jungle says Red just has to remind everyone they cite Resnick. Oh, that he'll be definitely. I think that they are that's going to be a big part of the cross of this guy. Simply Complicates says, what in the actual F is this guy saying? You know, and that was back from 1:35, so an hour ago. You know. Stephanie Ratliff says, a little behind. I missed in the first watch of the opening statements when Bo said Lindsay Clancy had different versions of her story. No, she didn't. Well, she just leaned into that just now with this. I think she's counting the chaplain as being a different version. I'm pretty sure that's where she's going with that, you know? So I don't know. She'll line it all out in her closing. Thanks for your generosity. Love Nelly. So only for 18 minutes, she's talking now about the voice. Obviously, she was incapacitated after jumping, not exactly just sitting there calmly, for fuck's sake. Love you, Allie, from the Northeast. I tried to ask another mom about the game. She told me, check my email. Like, hey, we all get the emails. Why do I have to tell you? I thought you might know it faster. Stand by. Got to see what time I need to be at the game. It's not right. Oh. I hope Scarlett. I don't see it. I'm going to text another mom who's just going to give me the answer. Oh, wait. I found something. No. Oh, volleyball game. All right. I got plenty of time, but I have to send this to my son. But I can't come. Maybe it's out that way. Oh. All right. Sorry, guys. I know you're like, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, I mean, the whole before and after thing, the whole, oh, it's continuous. Like, that's why Bob was saying it's like when Reddington wanted to bring in real people, it's like these doctors are going off studies, but 88% of the people do this and that. You know, she's a liar. She's the most honest person in the world. She's so smart, but when she's ready to lie, she lies stupidly. Like, it doesn't work like that. You're being disingenuous. And I honestly think, like, look, it's like, oh, you can't change an expert's mind. Whatever you say, the expert's never going to like say something against the Commonwealth. I kind of feel like it's possible. This guy would be like, yeah, it's possible. Oh, yeah, it's possible. I don't know. But we'll have to see. This will be one hell of a cross. Concert 3 Jungle. Thanks for your generosity. Mack can't recall Friday. She has to recall 3 years ago. I know. Like, what are they talking about? She's got to remember everything during a, like, no. Why is he being so ridiculous? And I feel like Red will confront him on that. Be like, wait, you're counting an inconsistency? Hold on. I got to tell my son I'm not coming. Hold on. He's probably been telling my granddaughter all day that I'm going to be there. This is frustrating. I'm so upset. But Scarlett, if I miss her game, it's her first high school game. I mean, Lila will be there tomorrow. But I don't know if my son will. All right, let's keep going. Audra, thanks for the jewels. So Sean Beekman says, but Allie, isn't it possible that her account 3 years later, not being the exact same as the first version, this obviously goes with directly the last chat we just read, because it was all too traumatic. Her brain is trying to forget that night. It could be all of those things. Thank you for your generosity. Miss B142, welcome. Family hug. Michelle says, he is giving me Senator John Kennedy, LA vibes. I hear that. I see it. Thanks for your generosity. Thanks. I shot the clerk, not the sheriff. Gigi, thanks for your generosity. Oh, what's up? What are you talking? Cam's going to call my son and see if we can pick up Lila and bring her to the game. I don't know, though. She goes to bed. It's going to be late. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I can't go anyway because he's 40 minutes away and there's a game 40 minutes away. So I could pick her up and go right to the game, but I can't do anything short of that. So there's nothing I can do. Ohio Coffee Queen says, Allie, my mother-in-law's father unalived himself. They are Catholic. The church refused to hold his service because of it. They had to use a funeral home. So there are still some Catholic churches that just look. I'm the last one to tell you anything about Catholicism for sure. But Ohio Coffee says it's still a thing. Thanks, Ohio. Alpha Wolf says, what are the chances the ADA? So I did that one. Explain the mistrial with prejudice. That's where they do not get a chance to retry. If he would have just argued, but look, the judge wasn't going to find it on this one because he's right. They didn't introduce it. But if we had that voir dire and asked the witness, like, when you guys prepped, was that part of the discussion? Anything about Catholicism, part of the discussion with this part of the slide? And if the answer is yes, then guess what? That's all value. Now it's like she did it. She tried to do it sneakily. Well, I didn't do it. I just put the slide up. Oh, yeah, but you knew he was going to say it when that slide came up. We all saw his face. What was that face about? He's like, I'm going to skip that. I'm going to skip it. So that's what it is with prejudice. If she did it intentionally to goad the defense into requesting a mistrial, because then prosecutors could just do that. They get a mistrial and then they get to do it again. It's like their free redo. I'll just do something so outrageous the defense requests a mistrial. So they have this loophole there. If they did it to intentionally try to get me to ask for a mistrial, they don't get to retry. Oh, there it is. It was Kiki who made the comment that this is what he was trying to avoid on that slide. He knew it was going to happen. If he knew it was going to happen, she knew it was going to happen. So I was looking at my eyes. And then Gigi, so some people's churches give concessions for mental health, I guess. Guess it depends on your church. Mama G with the jewels. I did this one. All right. So then we had colors in the sky. Thanks for your generosity. No longer true. I know someone who committed S and their family had a funeral service in a Catholic church. This was about 10 years ago. There is more clarity on these topics and related teachings now in the Catholic Church that didn't exist before. So, I mean, the Catholic Church is evolving. It's a mortal sin. Did someone call me? Aha, touche. Thanks for your generosity. Paige says, could it show he was coached in his answer? I don't know. Could show something. Could show something. They need to do a voir dire, I think. But he might be over it, And I don't know what he's got up his sleeve for Cross, Sub Rosa says, Allie, is the Commonwealth going for a mistrial without prejudice retrial? Right. That's what the argument would be, is that they're trying to get it to be a mistrial so that they can retry it. Because if it's, unless they make that special finding that you did that on purpose in order, in order to get them. It has to have that second prong to go the defense into getting a mistrial. And it only works when their case is weak, when there's issues with their case. I mean, we all see that here. This is, to me, the perfect case for it. But, and that's why I was saying you ask for it on the front end contingent. I only want my mistrial if you make a finding they did this on purpose to goad us in, their case was weak, prejudice attaches, double jeopardy attaches, and they can't retry it. Like that's how you ask for your mistrial. But she didn't do. He must think it's like never going to happen, even that way. Because I don't know why he asked for a mistrial without making it contingent. But Mindy, member for 4 months, says the Commonwealth to infer that she wouldn't be in heaven. Yeah, I don't understand why this didn't come up with Mack. Mack said, she said, go with God because she believed the kids were innocent and would go with God, and she wasn't and wouldn't. Why isn't that the same thing? That's way worse. And it was nonsense. It was complete and totally based on bullshit. And thanks for your continued support. Gigi says, yes, the Catholics beliefs have changed with the times, unlike your government. Yep. There you go. Thanks for your generosity. Colors in the Sky came back. The Catholic Church CCC 2282, recognizes that severe psychological distress, mental illness, or intense anxiety can lessen a person's free will and responsibility for the act. So then that's good. You guys are right. The Catholic Church is evolved beyond the government, beyond the United States government. Right. And that's what the judge's point is. He's like, this guy's not even talking shit's not right. Don't tell me. He probably knows that is a thing in Catholicism. That like, no, if there is a loophole, you still do go to heaven. Oh, there he is. Hey, babe. Can't hear you. You're not saying words. Nope. Now you're frozen. All right, you're unfrozen. You're sort of frozen. We can't hear you. You're frozen-ish. If I put him down here, then he knows we can't hear him. We can't hear you, dude. We can't hear you. Look, he wants to say something so badly. Just call me, and I'll hold it up. Is he frozen? Is he gone? All right. I don't know. I'll leave him up there. Oh, he's calling. Want me to put you on speaker? Yeah? Now I can't hear you. Oh, Lord. This is a kerfuckle over here. Total kerfuckle. I can't hear a word you're saying. You know why? Because he has his mic still plugged in. I'll tell him. You probably had your mic still plugged in because I couldn't hear you on the phone either. So, yeah, I mean, that's why the judge is like, dude, you don't know shit about Catholicism, and you're trying to talk about what the Catholic Church says? When someone goes to heaven and when someone doesn't? Hell no. That's why we need to know if the Commonwealth knew he was going to go there. That's why M. Shannon said mistrial with prejudice, period. And Polly Rocket said it had undertones of religious psychosis. I mean, it could. That's why I'm saying another reason for voir dire. I think this needs to be explored more in depth, but I'm sure he knows, Reddington knows everything that his client thought and felt, you know. making accounts as motion for Allie to continue speaking with the back scratcher. No, I can't. I really have been thinking about how much I wanted to pick it back up and like bang it around. And Bob's got a little gavel here. I could use it. For some reason, I like that back scratcher. Thanks for your generosity. I stand with Mel says, isn't there some type of case law that a prosecutor can't go? Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. Goad for a mistrial in order to start over and correct their mistakes. Geez, yeah, that's precisely what we're talking about. Thank you. I stand with Mel. Yes. And if you guys were here with us on the first day that this was said by the prosecutor, and that night and all over, I've been ranting about that. Tried to get Bob to get Reddington too, and Reddington said no, and and he's like, because he didn't want to try it again. And I was like, wait, it was supposed to be contingent on not allowing them to try it again, that it was to goad them into it. And again, it needs that other little piece that they have a weak case, and they do, or their case is floundering, and it is. They can't deny that. M's BDC says that's part of his conclusion on whether she was in psychosis or not only about whether he can talk about it or not. I agree. It is part of his conclusion. That's why I think we need to do some sort of voir dire on that and get out his full conclusions and then decide. But I mean, if it's not good for the defense, then fuck it. You're not getting the most unbiased opinion there, okay? From me. PTSD says, if I was a juror, I'm going home thinking about this. How can you not wonder what just happened? Which is why the judge was like, we've got to comment before they leave for the day. I'm not leaving them like that. Jenna says, don't they have the same report? Fuck the slides. She knew exactly what he was going to say. She needs sanctions. This is gross, egregious behavior. I agree, and they need to delve into it. She needed it from before. She needed it from the whole, here's the band. I got some bands, same bands right here, over here. Like, just wrap them up and drop them. Oh, nothing was tied. This needs to be looked into further. I would say, voir dire and bring out her shit. But they're ready to be done. They're ready to close. You should have asked right then and there while they had this half a day left. So thanks for your generosity. Concert 3 Jungle says, judge, to minimize prejudice, admitting prejudice. Right. Oh, no, the judge just says, the judge was acknowledging there was prejudice, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, the different kind of with prejudice than what we're talking about. That requires those three steps: intentional, to goad the person, and some evidence that there's, that they should have been concerned about their case, and they would have incentive to try to goad the defendant into seeking a mistrial. And I think all those things exist here, for sure. Luna Dewdrop says, here's the thing. I was raised Catholic. If she truly believed in the teachings of the Catholic Church, her actions would absolutely be psychotic, because she'd know and understand that she was condemning herself to hell. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I feel like some of this might be helpful to the defense. Like, some of this might be helpful to the defense. Got to think about that. How'd she think she was going to go to heaven? Because she didn't think it was morally or legally wrong. That's how. That could also be why he wanted to skip it. Because he wanted to skip it because he thinks she didn't know it was morally but then he wouldn't have said she's criminally responsible. I don't know what the guy's report says, but I know who does. Reddington. So we got to just trust in Reddington. Leon Sickles became a member. Welcome. Family hug. And Luna, thanks for your generosity. Helium says he intentionally said that there's hidden motives. Well, that's part of the question. Did the Commonwealth instruct him not to beforehand? Because I guarantee they knew that was part of his reasoning. So did they tell him not to? Thanks for your generosity. Tracy Plymell, new member. Welcome. Family hug. Defense attorney meow. Let's not forget about Father Bob. Yeah, they've been all over this shit. What's Father Bob got to say about this? Mad says, bring the grandkid. I'm hoping that that's what's maybe happening. Let me see. Cam. So what happened? Oh, I think I got a car seat in the. Well, he's got a car seat. Yeah. If they'll let me, I would take her anywhere. Mother of ferrets. The Commonwealth was warned about the mortal sin stuff. I want to know if the last witness discussed that mortal sin stuff in court prep with the Commonwealth. Yes, I 100% agree. And this, this is Mother of Ferrets made this post almost a half hour ago. I 100% agree. If they did, they knew about it, and this is bullshit. Exactly. Can Red ask for the witness to be excluded? His whole testimony to be stricken. Might have been a little much. He could have, maybe, asked for it as an alternative. I don't know. The judge would have done it. He was really up in arms, though. He might have. 40 Doherty. When a belief is generally accepted by a religion or subculture, it is consideration for delusions per the DSM. That may be why he asked. Whether a belief is generally accepted by a religion or a subculture is a consideration for delusions per the DSM. Right, because, otherwise science people would tell you it's all a delusion. Oh, you believe what now? You believe, say what? I mean, so that they have to have that in there. Otherwise, everybody would be delusional. I mean, the whole Big Bang is a giant delusion. Who said that happened? None of us know anything. So, you're not a lawyer. Judge stated statements regarding go to God and Catholicism were improper. The Commonwealth kept pressing. Judge intimating the Commonwealth did this on person. Judge was required to grant a mistrial. I volunteer for appellate team. Oh, not your lawyer. Sorry. No, I mean, I think that's why I keep saying we need this voir dire, because she didn't ask a question that solicited. She didn't elicit that answer, But did she? I think she did. I think she knew what was coming. For sure. MPG says Heilbrun and Max giving every fanfic author a run for their money. Could they hear Lindsay's thoughts? Because they knew a lot about the ones she didn't share. Yeah, agreed. Colors in the sky. Thank you. Oops. Lena Justice Junkie. Bob should ask Red if he wants any clips played back during closing. Chat can do our research and get clips and timestamps. I've asked him this no less than 3 times. My husband. Again this morning. That was actually the second thing. Remember I said there were 2 things I really wanted him to ask? Pretty sure that was the second thing. I'm like, the masses can get him timestamps or even the clips. Does he want them? Can he use them? Oh, look. My alarm says, go see my granddaughter. Oh, gosh. Thanks, Simply Me. Sarah Ellen says, how can the ADA tell him no mortal sin talk if they aren't supposed to speak directly during testimony? That's like the exception. And then you kind of have to trust that that's all they say to them. But that happens all the time. Go tell your witness they can't say this, they can't say that. But I appreciate the question. You're really paying attention out there. Way to be on it. All right. We got Sweet Lou and you, Carrie. All right, guys. That's it for today. Bob will be back tonight. I might or might not be with him. Gonna see if I can go get my hands on my little grandchild, bring her to Oh. So I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.